Yeah, ahora sí. Sorry about that. Back. Had some issue with the time. Okay, welcome to our leg 28, number 28 of the World Tour by Flight Sim Chile. Today, Osaka to Petropavlovsk in Russia. And then after that, tomorrow we'll be doing Petropavlovsk Anchorage in Alaska. So, as usual, we are flying our lovely A321 is today the one that we're going to fly in. Let's turn the lights on here a bit. Yeah. So, we're going to begin our setup for the flight. First, we do our checks here. Engine masters are off, engine mode selector is normal, radar is off. I'll just set this one to +4. Landing gear lever down, wipers are off, and batteries are already on. So AP fire test, and we can go ahead and start the APU. The fuel is for free in the sim. So we press the master switch on, and then we have to wait 3 seconds before setting the start push button to on. And while it starts, we can set up all of the lights, since we already have power available. We can adjust the lighting to our preferred setting. And yeah, I don't like the map lights on. Gave me a weird illumination in the cockpit, which I don't like. So the EU cockpit lights are set. EFB start. So we turn this one on. I use a Navigraph, by the way, for the charts. If you pay a subscription, a monthly subscription, you can get the unlimited charts for your sim. And let's see if it downloaded the route. Nope. This one. Yeah. It's loading. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So Japan, the country of Japan here. Then we go on to Russia, all the way to Petropavlovsk, which is there on this island there. So let's go for our charts. And we are at Osaka. I'm looking for the airport info, yeah. We are parked today there at 251. That's where we arrived when we came to Osaka. We landed on runway 06 left, so we landed parked somewhere here, there, which is the inset that's there. Okay. I'm gonna adjust here the lights, and let's go for our chart, our flight plan again, because I want to know which one is going to be our departure for today. Guyo. It says Guyo, okay. So if we start, we're going to start it. FMGS pre-initialization. This is this one here. So aircraft status. We check the nav data, and out of flight 08. Init request, and while this thing loads, we can go here, Atsu AOC menu, init, wait for this to auto populate. There we go. And 3 hours 35 today. Request, waiting for the plus to go. There it's away. Block fuel, so pretty full today. 16,700, 200 kilos taxi fuel, and trip fuel we're going to round it up to 10,900. Going to clear this one. Zero fuel weight is 69.1. Let's make it 69.1. We send the OFP. We're going to get the fuel loaded instantly because I don't like the way the GSX loads the fuel, and we're going to request for the boarding. And while this thing works, receive messages, message. Okay, slot time. What else? While this thing loads and starts boarding, we check the OEVs, which are to be checked on the QRH here, which we don't have any affecting this aircraft today. Recall, we need to press it for more than 3 seconds. And we just got the nav TCAS fault because our IRSs are off. That's why we get this one. It's a normal condition at this stage. Logbook, we check it, we check that we don't have any defects or anything, and then we accept the aircraft. And now we can check the weather for Osaka. Weather. Yeah, we got it. So we got the weather here, auto 0905. We're going to choose 06 right, just for the sake of using a different runway than the one that we that we landed. So Aeroflot, I just need my notebook. Actually, we can use this. Flight notes. Okay. So I'm gonna write down the weather. My writing is horrible on the iPad, but still, this is what you would do in real life. NCD, it's no cloud detected because it's an automatic report. 131019. There we go. And with that set up there, we can request a takeoff performance. So we are expecting, here it is. I need to reload this, but we're expecting a certain weight. So 06 right, and yeah, so takeoff weight is gonna be 85.5. Let's make it 85.5. I'm gonna write it down now. I'm not gonna write down this one because I don't know how much it's gonna be. OAP is available, by the way, so I'm going to turn on the AP bleed. And the wind 090 at 5. Temperature is 15. And kinage 1020. And runway 06 right, full length. I'm gonna use full length. I don't think it's gonna work if I put intersections. Anyway, I'm sending the request, and while we get it, we're going to check the oxygen. So crew supply needs to be on. We press it, it's okay, and no pressure drop here, so it's good. Econ pages, so oil, hydraulics, and oxygen is loaded up for the flight. After the resolution valve, we're going to assume that we have livestock in the cargo, so I'm gonna increase the temperature. Flaps retracted, it needs to match here with the lever position here. And what else? Yeah, that's pretty much the stuff that we can check on the sim. On the real thing, we would check the circuit breakers, the emergency equipment, gear pins and covers, etc., etc. After doing that, we go for overhead scan, so our cockpit preparation. So we extinguish all white lights, then we check our CVR with the parking brake on. I'm gonna switch this one to Captain Purse. 1, 2, 3. On bad is checked, fuel is loaded, so seatbelts are on. Lights like this. This one needs to be armed. Temperature. I'm gonna disconnect the external power. And I'm gonna check the batteries. So we switch them off, and then we switch them on, and it needs to drop below 60 amps within 10 seconds, which is already there. Engine fire test. And this one needs to go here. The reason this one goes on PA is because that way the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder, can record all of the PAs that are being done in the cabin. PAs, the passenger address, so any speeches and everything that's being said to the passenger is gonna be recorded. We got the performance, by the way. I just want to check. We requested 85.5, and this one says that our performance limited is 86.8, so we're right almost there on the maximum performance for this runway. Yeah. What else? Oops, sorry. I need to move my iPad. Okay. And after doing the overhead, we go here, constraint, flight directors, BOR, or whatever you need. This one I'm going to set it to 33,000 feet. I think it's the initial one that we're going to get today. Yeah, 33. We scan here. This one needs to go on above. I'm just gonna set another transponder code. Idle, and that's it. And now we can just go full ahead with our MCU. We already checked the database here. It's valid. Init. Today our flight is Osaka to Petropavlovsk. The alternate is this one, which I don't know what's the name of it. Cost index 33, flight level 330, and top of climb temperature, it's here, minus 53. So it's a bit colder. Temperature 15, and I'm going to request the wind now. Then we go flight plan. We set 06 right. And actually that's something I needed to check, which departure to use. Because most likely on real life it's radar vectors, so yeah, Guya, that's like straight ahead. Yeah, this one. Kansai 1. Bueno. Let's see. Could be this one, or could be another one actually. Yeah, I think that's pretty much because of the terrain on the other side, I'm guessing. That's why you do like the weird turning. And then it's probably direct somewhere. Actually, I'm gonna use this one, Namco 1. This one looks better. And Sigak. Yeah, this is more like it. And then we just do direct somewhere, and that's it. So this one, Initial climb, there is none, so no strange constraints at or below. So we can just go ahead and set up. Since there is no ATC, I'm gonna leave 330. And okay, Guyo. Now we need our flight plan back again. It's loading up. I don't know why it keeps deleting my flight plan here. When data uplink. Anyways. Here it is, Guyo. And then if we are not sure if Guyo, after Guyo we have waypoint Gohei, we just check that the detail here. So Guyo, Gohei, it's there, so we can sequence this once. We check the airway, Yankee 13, and then Victor 13, and then Ohmar, Yankee 13, then again Yankee 13, okay. It's weird, and then Victor 13 again. Then we change airway here, Lubeck. Senor, Senor. And for the arrival we're expecting Sami 5 Bravo. Hotel Yankee. It's gonna be something like weirdish. And yeah, that's good. I'll just modify the speed limit for the descent. I'll add 200 feet just in case. And for the alternate, since FSLabs has some issues, I'm not gonna insert the departure. I'll just insert the arrival, because then it goes crazy sometimes, and it... Sorry, it's not that one. That's the importance of properly reading is OSTCAT. It's really easy to mistake it with ORTI. And Bacon here, Airways, and Alpha 812 OSCAT, and we insert it. Should looks like something like this. Yeah, that's pretty much it, like it. Okay, that's done. Secondary, I'm not gonna insert any engine out for this flight because it goes crazy. I've had several crash to desktops after inserting an engine out or something. So for the return though, I'll use this one. Just in case we have to come back, I'll use this chart. And for the SID, it's RNAV, so we don't need any to tune any radar navs. However, in the event of having to turn back really quick, I can always use Kansai and for their way back, I mean. Because if I have to come back, I'm gonna use this chart, and this chart uses the Kansai VOR, so we can always leave it there just in case. To be ready for an immediate return. So in it, we've got load sheet probably, yes, we can accept. And we go here, and with the flight plan while it loads, we can okay, there we go. Zero fuel weight, 69.1, and max 029 decimal 1, sorry, decimal 6. Fuel is 167. We always round it up to the upper part. And then we have taxi fuel 200 kilos. It's checked here. Taxi fuel 200. Then we got trip fuel 11.3. This says 10.9. So we have 400 kilos there of discrepancy. Contingencies 0.8. Alternate 3.5. Oh, 3.5. It matched. Final reserve. It matched as well. Nice. Okay. That's strange. And then progress. The threshold of the runway we're going to use for takeoff, and then for the performance I'm going to use the speeds that we have here. So 06 right, 4 knots headwind, runways dry, packs on, B1 152, VR 164, and V2 168. I'm gonna use an ADP 1, so 1000, 3000, flex 34, flaps 1, and since we got our load sheet here, Mach takeoff is 26.2, so we can go ahead for the trim and check it here. 26.2, that's gonna be like 0.2 up, something like that, so we can go ahead and put 0.2 up. This is as a reference only. If you don't put it here, it doesn't matter. The aircraft won't give you any warning or failures or whatever, so it's all good. This is the preliminary load sheet, by the way, so it's not the final load sheet. Anyways, this is done. It's already disconnected, so I'm gonna go ahead with the briefing. No terms, nothing relevant for the airport. Notes on charts are all checked. Just this noise abatement here, which says where was it? Nope, nothing relevant for the departure according to this chart. So we're going to use what we have here. So we're parked at parking 251, so we're expected to push back facing southeast on taxiway Quebec here. Then single engine taxi out, so we're going to start our left engine number 1. We taxi left on taxiway Sierra 4, and then right turn on Juliet 4, and then right turn on Lima, and then holding point Alpha 14. Runway 06 right, takeoff emergency briefing. Before 100 knots, we stopped due to any relevant reason between 100 knots and B1, due to any engine master warning, master caution, center loss of engine thrust, wind shear ahead warning, runway incursion, and safe condition to fly, including ATC instruction. In any of those cases, captain will call stop, apply full reverses on both thrust levers, monitor auto braking, or take over manually if needed with maximum minor braking. Once we have stopped, stow the reversers, parking brake on. Attention grad stations on the PA, request ECAM actions or checklist on command. If we have to evacuate, we follow the procedure accordingly, and otherwise we cancel the attention crew and the brake fan on. We are pretty heavy, so we're going to have a lot of issues with the brake temperature. And then we just taxi out to, I'm gonna put the camera here, and then we can exit the runway. Yep. Cheap version of my webcam. Otherwise, if the callout is go, no actions below 400, except silencing oral warnings, raising the gear. We follow the departure. It goes to the ocean here. You can check it here with terrain. It's pretty much, it's flat, it's water there. And we use toga, and then we assess, we do the ECAM, and then we turn back for 06 left as briefed. For the normal departure, I need the chart here. We're going to use the NANCO 1 RNAV departure. Chart 1020-3 Golf, 4th of May 2018. The notes are checked here on top. No initial climb clearance, and that's it. High terrain, obstacles, so terrain is mainly to the right of the departure. 5800 is the MSA, weather is okay, fuel on board enough for the flight, plus no extra because of the departure. We're going to get a shortcut for sure on departure. I'm going to accept the load sheet. 7.5 degrees for the pitch callout, no performance limited, so threats are no ATC. We are pretty heavy, so this aircraft has issues accelerating as well, issues when clearing the flaps, cleaning the flaps, sorry. And that's pretty much it. I inserted already the data, and we can go ahead and do or before start checklist. Cockpit prep completed, and yeah, they will remove this one. Gear pins and covers are removed. Signs on auto. ADRSs are all in nav. Yeah, fuel 16,660 kilograms, pumps on, and barrel ref Kennedy 1020 cross check down to the line. And ¿cómo van por ahí con la preparación?
Bien, bien.
Voy a ir remolcando ya.
Dale, dale.
Voy a hacer un remolque largo para dejarte espacio.
Dale, no, dale, déjame.
Ok. Vámonos. Oops. So clear for pushback, beacon, after isolation, TCAS auto. Below the line, B1, BRB2, flex temperature 152, 64, 68, flex 34 degrees set. Windows and doors are closed. And closed. Beacon on. After isolation valve on. Thrust levers idle. Nose wheel steaming this message. Display green. ATC auto and parking brake on before start checklist completed. Quick edit pushback. Yeah.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted. Release parking brakes.
Brakes released.
Commencing push.
Time check.
All engines clear. Start at will.
And since it's a long pushback, I'm gonna delay the start of engine number 1 so that we save a bit of fuel there. I'm trying to put... A lo mejor puedo poner esto por acá. Por ahí. Yeah. And we can start engine number 1. Always when starting only engine number 1, you have to check that the accumulator pressure, this needle on top, is on the green band. And yeah, starting engine 1. Engine mode selector ignition. Starting engine 1. Oh, illegal pushback. Se anduvo saliendo el socio.
¿A qué pista habilitó?
A la 06 derecha.
Ok.
Available, chrono start. Engine mode selector normal. Arm 0, 1. Trim, it's gonna reset because of the bug here in the FSLabs. I'm gonna switch off the APU bleed, open the cross bleed, and I'm gonna turn now the yellow electrical pump. Even though it's supposed to be turned on when you release the parking brake, it's better to turn it on now.
Pleasant flight.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brake Set.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
And good engine start.
¿Te falta algo?
Estoy desconectando y salgo.
Dale.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Pin removed. After start, anti-ice off. Beacon status checked. Not checked actually. Yeah, check pitch trim. 0.3 degrees upset. That's 26.3 CG set. Rudder trim zeroed. Ground crew clearance
Left is clear.
received on
Right is
the
clear.
forward side after start checklist is completed, and the flight controls check needs to be done during taxi out after we start engine number 2. Soccer traffic Qatari, sorry, Aeroflot 088 taxiing, holding point 06 right. Have a good trip. Okay, parking brake off. It should disappear. So no more than 40%. We're pretty heavy, so vamos que se puede. Vamos más pesado. And the real thing, you would move. En el avión de verdad, en realidad nos moveríamos. No le costaría tanto como le está costando ahora. Pero a veces pasa, a veces algunas plataformas son como súper flexibles. Y cuesta que el avión se mueva. Sí, estoy apenas rodando, pero va acelerando. Se puede. Some traffic there taking off.
You'll find a reading light in the panel.
So we go straight all the way, Juliet 4, all the way to Lima. Vamos remando. Cabin ready.
Hello, it's Colin. Let's cabin secure for takeoff. Thank you.
Ok. Vamos que se puede. Voy a hablar en español ahora, a ver si es que hay alguien viendo en español. Estamos aquí en Osaka, vamos rodando a la pista 06 derecha que está allí. ¿Por qué? Porque estábamos más cerca a la otra, pero en realidad quiero hacer como el paseo escénico, aprovechar el escenario, porque en el otro lado no se ve nada. Así que quiero hacer un paseo aquí y aprovechar de ver qué tal el aeropuerto. Está bien bonito. Y anda muy bien con los frames de todo esto. Es de... Está en Sim Market, creo. Anda bien el escenario. Ok, entonces we'll start engine number 2. Yellow electrical pump off. Fuel bleed on. Cross bleed auto. Engine mode selector normal, and then ignition. Check the pressure. We still have 0. Now we have 40 because it needs to open the... Oops. Needs to open the cross bleed valve. And starting engine number 2. Y vamos encendiendo el motor 2. Available time check 3 minutes. Engine mode selector normal. APU bleed off. APU off. Flight controls full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and rudder quickly, full left, full right, neutral. All the way until taxiway Lima, next one to the right. And scan down. Sorry, taxi out scan. Radar, terrain, auto brake, takeoff config. B4 takeoff checklist. Flight controls checked, flight instruments checked, briefing. Confirm, flap setting, config 1, takeoff data, confirm, ATC, squawk 2002 set, ICAM memo, takeoff no blue, cabin is ready, takeoff checklist completed, takeoff review, speeds 152.168, climb nav blue, 152.330,000 blue, departure 06 right, on the Nanko 1, first waypoint 500, straight ahead, and then Bravo Golf Romeo 10 with an overfly. Flex 34, config 1, above maximum landing weight. Takeoff review complete. Estamos listos entonces, nos queda llegar a la pista y nos vamos. La salida le vamos a hacer una cortada aquí, vamos a hacer directo a Nanko después del despegue. Una vez que veamos que podemos cumplir con la restricción de 8000, nos vamos a Nanko. Entonces, vámonos, asumimos que autorizado a despegar. Luces, ticas, brake fan stand off, below the line, takeoff runway, 06 right confirmed, cabin secure signal, TCAS TA array, engine mode selector normal, packs on, before takeoff checklist completed, time check, casi 3 minutos, ya estamos bien para el calentamiento para el despegue. Anda bien, Nico. Parece que este escenario anda muy bien. Me gustó harto. Me gustó harto el escenario aquí de Osaka. Y bueno, y con ese fix del blackout de desktop o algo así. No, perdón, autofill window. Cambió igual harto la performance del simulador. Osaka traffic, Aeroflot 088 taking off runway 06 right.
Buen vuelo, capitán.
Muy agradable el vuelo, muy agradable. Mate raya. Tenéis que probar el setting, pues Nico, a lo mejor te va a arreglar esos frames en el Captain Sim, no sé. Me gusta esta pintura de Aeroflot. Y como que se me mareó así de noche parece, no sé. Pero debía andar bien. Bueno, vamos a apagar aquí. Aquí haciendo malabares para poder mover las pistas. Take off y time check. Stable. Angle flex 34 is runway out of dust blue. Reset. $100 knots. B1. Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Enough. Climb. Let's climb out of thrust. A la derecha tengo el side stick que Don Lucho 81. Vamos a dejar que haciendo un poquito más para cumplir Nanco 8000, porque este avión pesado no sube ni por si acaso. Esta restricción de Nanco. Cuesta subir. Climb. Al blue 330 blue. Entonces a los 210 nudos vamos a tener el auto flap retraction, o sea de 1 plus F va a pasar a 1. ahí pasó automático. Si entra el rojo aquí no pasa nada porque ahora va a cambiar. Ahí cambió y ahora sí podemos retraerlo. Flap 0, speed check. Flap 0. No vamos a cumplir esta restricción de velocidad. Nos vamos a ir a green dot porque vamos a hacer directo a Namco. Speed brake disarm. Losses off. After takeoff climb checklist. Landing gear up. Flaps retracted. Packs on. EPU off. Down to the line. Y vamos entonces directo a Namco. Ahí, confirm. Namco to waypoint. Y speed manage no más. 250 magenta. Tengo la cámara en mirror. No sé, la verdad. A ver. Puede ser porque estoy con el iPad. Claro, está en mirror. Ahí vamos, Namco, Kyoto. Va apenas el CFM. Ahí sí, ahí se ve el aeropuerto. Y abrir las charts. Vamos a hacer nuestra ruta. Por el menjunje ahí de aerovía, que no sé cómo sacarlas aquí en esta aplicación. Luces, cinturones, airport, este lo vamos a dejar en constraint. Optimum 305, maximum 344, cruise plan 330. Ok, skip 330. Clear at navs. Y cuál es nuestra transition altitude 140. Acelerando. Este lo vamos a dejar aquí en 20 millas. Como en 40 ahí. Tener más vista de aeropuertos cercanos. Y no hay CPDLC hoy día. no hay ATC de hecho parece, a ver. Algo vi por ahí conectado, pero no fue mucho. Vamos a echar un vistazo. No, no hay nadie. Había alguien conectado, pero ya se fue. Está Kagoshima. Kagoshima Approach. Y bueno, aquí alcanzando 1000 pies antes de la altitud de transición podemos poner estándar ya, o podemos esperar a que flashe. En realidad no mucha la diferencia aquí. Y set standard, cross checked, passing 131 now, below the line para ref, standard cross checked, after takeoff climb checklist completed. Vamos a ver aquí si es que, claro, sí, creo que tenemos ya. Stick units magic, sí, a mí me gusta que aparezca, eso es, que aparezca los metros aquí en vez de solamente acá, porque si le desactivo ay, ¿dónde estaba? Ya se me olvidó ya. Creo que está aquí. Si desactiva DM Symmetrical de acá, me desaparece aquí, me va a salir solamente acá, donde yo apriete acá el métrico. Depende de la opción de la línea aérea, si es que esto está habilitado o no. Lo vamos a dejar habilitado aquí, pensando que es un avión de Aeroflat que vuelan en metro. Japan. Lugar de Street Fighter. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que haríamos? ¿Qué es lo que hacemos acá en el ascenso? ¿Qué pasó ahí? ¿El radar marcó algo? Parece que no. Estaríamos buscando, vamos a cambiar a airport nomás. Estaríamos buscando aeropuertos en ruta que nos sirvan de alternativa en caso de que nos pase, qué sé yo, alguna emergencia. Eso es un poco lo que uno estaría haciendo en el vuelo. Aquí, si se fijan, tengo un montón de aeropuertos que no sé si me sirven o no. Por ejemplo, este 120 millas. Bueno, busquémoslo. Romeo Juliet November Tango. Toyama. A ver. Tongoy. Dice que tiene una pista de 2000 metros. No, con este peso con un 321 pesado no vamos a aterrizar muy bien ahí. Entonces veamos qué más. Romeo Juliet Alpha Fox. Matsumoto. Obviamente las líneas aéreas tienen muchas más, también es pista corta, tienen, ya uno tiene el análisis de ruta y todo, pero este análisis lo estamos haciendo pensando un poco en lo que tenemos disponible nosotros aquí en el simulador. Narita, entonces ocupemos Narita, que está aquí, RJ, ahí está a menos de 300 millas, así que estamos a menos de una hora, podemos usar Narita en caso de tener que desviarnos. Narita, si lo ven acá, es tremendo aeropuerto. Pero tenemos que considerar también si tengo si mi alternativa que escogí está con meteorología buena, no. No saco nada con escoger una alternativa que después va a estar cerrada por tiempo, qué sé yo. Entonces, un segundo porque quiero buscar al tiro toda la lista de aeropuertos. Entonces tenemos Narita. Estoy peleando aquí con mi... Después tenemos Romeo, Juliet, Charlie Hotel. Romeo, Juliet, Hotel. ¿Cómo voy? Ahí está. Entonces Narita está... Qué lata que no se pueden sacar la... ¿Se pongo acá? No, no me gusta. Tenemos Narita ahí abajo, después aquí arriba tenemos esta que se llama Hakodate, esta de aquí. Después más arriba podríamos tener Chitose. Eso es Romeo, Juliet, Charlie, Charlie. Romeo, Juliet, Charlie, Charlie. De ahí esta nos podría servir. Runways 3400 metros también. Y ahí por ahora. No information available, fantástico. Y toda la lata para que no me muestre nada. Pero bueno, podríamos bajarlo aquí desde alguna aplicación, qué sé yo. Porque aquí el Navigraph no muestra los metales. Esa es la única lata del Navigraph. El GPS en sí los muestra. De hecho, Romeo, Juliet, Charlie, Charlie está con niebla. Pero el pronóstico dice que de aquí a lo que pasemos va a estar... sí, va a estar categoría todavía. No va a estar muy bueno. Va a estar para usarse, pero no está muy bueno. El otro que vimos, Uniform Hotel Sierra Sierra, que estaba ese de ahí. Este va a estar con 1200 metros. Va a estar bueno, o sea, no bueno, pero va a estar operativo. Y de ahí ya estamos en un vuelo de tops a todo lo que es Petropavlovsk. Petropavlovsky. Vamos a abrir nuestro plan de vuelo. Ahí está, por alguna razón me borró mis circulitos. Stops. ¿Cuánto era mi zero fuel weight? 69.2. ¿Dónde estás, mapita? Ahí está el corte vertical con el terreno alto ahí. Ahí después en Petropavlovsk tenemos terreno alto. Esta línea punteada aquí vendría siendo la tropopausa, y si se fijan en Lubeck cruzamos la tropopausa, o sea, vamos a tener un poquito de turbulencia y subsidencia, qué sé yo. No me tira de tops en realidad. Bueno, el weather, para que tengan una idea lo que estamos esperando, salimos de tormenta de sol aquí en Kansai y en Yelisovo, Petropavlovsk, harto frío, pero con algo de viento. Por ahí en este periodo vamos a andar operando más o menos. A ver, su viento, la alternativa va a estar con nieve y por aquí un temporal ahí 500 freezing fog. Las 24 Central 15, o sea, ahora. Ups, me falta poner... ahí sí. Van a dejarlos aburridos ahí viendo nada. Ahí está. Y todavía seguimos ascendiendo, 22 minutos todavía. Se demora el 321 en ascender. Seguimos nuestro ascenso. Vamos a ver si podemos poner un poquito de música porque... para que no estemos tanto silencio. Un segundito, vamos a buscar algo ahí para poner. A punto de nivelar. Algún minuto va a salir el sol. Le quedan como 2 horas para que salga el sol. Vamos a encender aquí la luz. And I'll be right back in let's make it 17:40. Alright, back. I'm gonna delete this one. Okay. Volví. A ver, ¿de qué podemos hablar un poquito? Bueno, nivelamos ya a 330. Checaríamos aquí los sistemas. We will check the systems now. We leveled at 330, so we will do a full system check. Here. We check every system for signs of anything that's going off the limits. So we would look at either a pulsing parameter, let's say this would be pulsing, or something would be in amber. By the way, system number 2 is being used now. The pressurization has three systems actually, 3 motors. So it has one outflow valve which controls the amount of air that stays in the cabin or in the fuselage, and the amount of air that needs to get out of the fuselage to inflate this kind of like balloon or fuselage. We have system 2, and every time you turn on, you shut down the engines, systems are going to be automatically alternated between each other. So system 2, after we land in Petropavlovsky, it's gonna change to system 1, and so on. I told you guys there are 3 motors for controlling this valve here, which is located in the backside of the aircraft. We're not going to be able to see it now because it's too dark, but it's somewhere. No, that's the bulk. Yeah, I can barely see it, but it's somewhere here. Okay, the outflow valve. You can barely see it at this time. Anyway. So we have 2 motors, one for system 1 and one for system 2. Both systems are automatic and independent of each other. So if one fails, the other will take over automatically. But if you lose both systems, you get the manual mode, which is the manual motor, which you utilize by switching on this mode selector button here on the cabin pressure panel here, and then you control the outflow valve by opening it or closing it with the up and down switch here. I'll just leave it there. Every time you cycle this button, it will cycle the system being used. So now it's system 2, I go back to manual, I go back to automatic, and it will change back to system 1. Okay. We are not supposed to use it while we are in flight, of course, but just so that you guys know how it works. That's the way it works. Now, every time we do the briefing, we cover 2 major things. We cover things that will affect our capability of staying at this flight level. So things that in which we would need to descend like right away without delay. Those 2 things are essentially a decompression or an engine failure. If we have a decompression, we would check for the terrain, of course, and we would assess which is the area that's better for us to start our emergency descent to. Right now, it's gonna be on our left. On our left, we have ocean only, so it's flat. So we can go all the way down to 100, which is the altitude that we want to aim for. 10,000 feet is the altitude that we want to reach if we have a decompression. So in this case, we would turn left, 90 degrees to the left, and then start descending all the way to level 100 as fast as we can. However, if we lose one engine, first we have to do a certain actions, which is thrust MCT, disconnecting the aerothrust, and then we can keep this level for a little while before beginning our drift down. And when we start our drift down, it's gonna be we have 3 strategies. the most commonly used is the standard strategy, which is a strategy that doesn't it's not aiming to start or descend. It's aiming to do a drift down or a descent with one engine out in the most kind of normal way, by covering the most amount of distance versus a descent penalty that's okay for the profile. So standard strategy, you would use it for descending, for drifting down, for descending with one engine out, when the terrain is not a factor, when there are no obstacles, which is the case now, because I mean we have terrain on the right, but we can always turn left and that's it. We are covered, we don't have any terrain there. If the terrain is a factor, then we would have to use the obstacle strategy, which is essentially MCT, auto thrust off, and we select green dot speed and we descend according to the green dot. That will give us a ceiling, a higher ceiling for our level off. So that means the aircraft will be able to level off at a higher level than if we were using standard strategy. And then we have the fixed strategy, which is for ETOPS, which depends on the airline policy. On most airlines they use 0.78 and 320 knots on transition, and then you descend to whatever this says here. So if you lose one engine, you're going to get a recommended max with one engine out, and it's gonna show up there. When we want to know, when we do the briefing, we always check this, the following that I'm going to show you now. We always check this. So we check our ceilings. We're flying an A321, so we check our ceilings. If we lose one engine, so it means that we need to look for two parameters here. First is our ISA deviation, which shows when you set standard. If you don't set standard, it's not there. So standard ISA -4. Okay, so let's make it ISA 0. Why? Because it's more conservative. It's gonna be hotter, so my performance is gonna be degraded. So I want to use a conservative setting, which is ISA 0. So we would have, let me see if I can write down stuff here. There is a way, pen markup, yeah. Not very good at this, but we would use this one there. Whoa, it's like the worst pen ever. We would use this one, which is ISA and ISA +10. I think there is another pen which might be better, I guess. Let me see. Nope. Maybe this one. Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. So we would use this one, ISA and ISA +10, which is there. Maybe this one actually. Yeah, this one. Okay, I'm gonna use this one. So this one we are going to use. Okay, now we need the second parameter, which is our weight. So 82 tons, which is somewhere there. I need to move my iPad here. Okay. Which is somewhere here. And then we get to choose. We got 6 lines. We have 3 of them which are solid lines, and we have 3 of them which are dashed lines. So the solid line is the obstacle strategy, or the green dot cross ceiling. So that's the one that we're going to use if the obstacle is if the terrain is a concern. And the dashed one is the long range cruise cross ceiling, which is the standard strategy, which is what most of the time we use. We use this one. So theoretically, according to our current configuration, sorry, not current configuration, according to our current weight and ISA, we are weighing 82 tons, and we want to know how much it's going to be at ISA with standard strategy. So we need to look for the solid line, sorry, a dashed line. So we do this until we touch ISA, which is here pretty much. Okay, that if we move it all the way to the other side, we can check our flight level that we're going to be maintaining. So this chart is telling us, okay, if you are weighting 82 tons, which are we are weighting 82 tons. Sorry, one second. If we're weighting 82 tons and our ISA is ISA or ISA plus 10, we know it's ISA minus, so we are covered. It's better for us. We know that the aircraft is gonna be able to maintain 155, flight level 150. So 155. So let's make it 150. So we know if we lose one engine on standard strategy, I'm just asking a friend if he can check if it's well explained or not. Anyways, if we lose one engine and we choose to do a standard strategy, the MCU will show us immediately which level he thinks, or not he thinks, he calculates that we're going to be able to sustain with one engine out. So this one is going to change, but of course we cannot know it because we are always going to have both engines running until we lose one. So we check here on the QRH, we pre-brief for that scenario. So by doing this, we know already, okay, with standard strategy, I know that I will level off at flight level 150. Let's imagine, let's say, okay, the minimum airway for this route, let's imagine, I'm pretending, let's pretend this airway, the minimum en route for the airway is level 150, okay? We would be covered, it would be okay, like we would say, oh, 150, the minimum airway is 150, okay, I can keep standard strategy, I don't need to change my strategy. But if we go down below here, we got corrections here. So for long range, which is the scenario that we're using, if we consider to use engine and TIs only, we would already have a penalty of minus 1,300 feet. So already we would have to cruise below flight level 150, so that would be 137, and that would be not sufficient for us to maintain hypothetically on the airway that we hypothetically are using. So if my resulting level is below the level that I require, I need to change my strategy, and in this case we would need to change to our obstacle strategy, which would give us an increase to flight level 190. So it's 4,000 feet. This is obstacle. That's obstacle. Anyways, I don't like writing here, but so standard strategy is level 150. Obstacle strategy in this scenario with 82 tons would be 190, so you get a 4,000 feet increase, which will or might be the difference between being able to maintain the route or having to deviate somewhere else. That's pretty much it. What I wanted to talk about, the one engine out ceilings and everything. Oops, I almost dropped my iPad here. Yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about. So having said that, let's keep it here. I will demonstrate. I don't want to leave my flight level now. I want to keep 330. I don't want to go down. But what I can do is I can... Lovely explanation. Gracias, Matus. Ojalá que se haya entendido. What I can do is I can retard one engine. So I will put one engine to idle, and I will demonstrate how much it takes for the aircraft to slow down, keeping the flight level with only one engine, because that's the scenario that we're going to face in a real... Like, if you lose the engine now, you're not going to start descending right away. You still have plenty of time to assess where you have to go to advise ATC and then start a drift down. It's not like the aircraft is going to slow down immediately and we're going to go slamming our way to the ground, not being able to slow it down. So let's pretend engine 1 fails. I'm gonna switch off the auto thrust, put the thrust lever on MCT, and select 0.78. This is what we would do. MCT, auto thrust off, 0.78, and look at the speed. It's still slowing down, but really slow. So now we can mayday, aerofloat 08, engine failure, request drift down, flight level 150, which is what we calculated here. Okay, aerofloat, you can descend flight level 150, and then you would start descending, and we still have plenty of room until green dot. So we have time. It's not like we have to go crazy about it and start our drift down like immediately. You have time to perform these actions there. Now it's going to take forever to accelerate, but it's okay. No sé si... Bueno, lo voy a explicar en español, igual para aprovechar de matar el tiempo. Vamos a ahorrar aquí. Estaba explicando en inglés, pero ahora lo vamos a hacer en español para los amigos que estén viendo esto en español. Estaba explicando que siempre que uno nivela, en general uno se preocupa de conversar dos temas. Una vez en crucero uno conversa dos temas, que son la despresurización y la falla motor, que son dos escenarios en los cuales nos vamos a encontrar en la necesidad de tener que abandonar nuestro nivel de vuelo de forma más o menos rápida. En el caso de una descompresión explosiva es de inmediato, uno abandona el nivel de vuelo lo antes posible. En el caso de una falla motor uno igual tiene un poquito de tiempo antes de iniciar el descenso. Entonces lo que estaba explicando ahora es cómo usar esta tabla que tengo aquí, que es la One Engine Out. Cuando yo pierdo un motor, al ir acá a Progress, el Rec Max me va a cambiar automáticamente al máximo recomendado para mi velocidad que tengo seleccionada. En el caso de la estrategia estándar es 0.78. Me va a decir, para 0.78 con un motor menos, yo calculo que usted debe descender a X nivel de vuelo, ¿ya? Todo esto me adelanté. Hay tres estrategias para iniciar mi descenso en caso de una falla motor, o estrategias de drift down que se llama. La primera es la estándar, que es en la cual uno ocupa cuando el terreno no es factor. En el caso del 320, 321, 319, es con el procedimiento es potencia MCT, auto thrust off, 0.78 en la velocidad, e iniciar mi descenso con el auto thrust desconectado, o sea va a ir un motor en MCT todo el rato, pero el auto thrust off, e iniciar mi descenso lo que dé a lo que calcule esto. La estrategia de obstáculos es la otra estrategia que busca obviamente que nivelemos más alto que la estrategia estándar. ¿Por qué? Porque el terreno es un factor. Y esa se hace exactamente lo mismo, pero en vez de poner .78 en la velocidad, se escoge la velocidad green dot y se desciende en green dot, lo que nos da una nivelada mucho más alta que la nivelada de estrategia estándar. Y después está la Fixed Speed Strategy, que es la que se ocupa en ETOPS, que en este caso, en este avión es .78 y después se transiciona a 320 nudos. Pero esa no reviste mayores cosas como para explicarla. Se parece a las otras dos igual, lo único que cambia es las velocidades para no complicarlo tanto. Entonces, nosotros cuando llegamos a crucero, obviamente revisamos hoy el terreno, tengo terreno aquí, allá, por donde me voy a desviar en caso de perder presión de cabina o tener una falla motor, etcétera. En este caso, yo creo que nos conviene más por la izquierda, porque aquí, miren, hay pura agua, y después de este punto acá, por la derecha, hacerle el quita a este terreno acá, ¿no? A pesar de que podría ser bajo, para que hagamos las cosas fáciles, vámonos al azul, que es el agua, y se acabó el problema. Pero, ahí sí, pero yo necesito saber qué estrategia tengo que usar, porque a lo mejor el mínimo, imaginemos que el mínimo aerovía hoy día va a ser 1.50. Imaginemos que la aerovía, vamos a escribir aquí, para el ejercicio, imaginemos que la aerovía está nivelada a 1.50, el mínimo aerovía, perdón. Yo necesito dos datos para entrar a esta tabla. Necesito mi peso y mi desviación ISA, ¿ya? Mi peso 81,5, digamos que mi peso hoy día va a ser 82 toneladas, o sea, por ahí, ¿ya? Y ISA dice esto, que es ISA menos 6, o sea, ISA o ISA más 10, este de acá y este de acá. ¿Por qué tengo dos? Uno es obstáculos y el otro es estándar. Entonces tengo aquí la línea sólida, es la estrategia de obstáculo o con green dot, es la que me va a dejar más alto. La línea punteada es la long range cruise o la estrategia estándar, es la que me va a dejar más bajo, pero no voy a sacrificar, voy a demorar menos en descender, voy a poder desviarme antes, un montón de cosas. Entonces, el día de hoy dijimos, perfecto, estoy pesando 82 toneladas y estoy volando a ISA, se me movió ahí, pero acá, estoy volando en ISA. Veamos la estrategia estándar, ¿dónde nos deja? Lo voy a marcar acá porque hacerme toda la lista. Me da más o menos por ahí a 1.5, digamos que me da 1.50, porque no voy a volar 1.55, así que digamos, con este cálculo yo voy a nivelar a 1.50 de nivel. Supusimos que la aerovía es 1.50 de nivel. Entonces perfecto, si mi drift down en estrategia estándar me da 1.50, entonces eso significa que puedo usar estrategia estándar, ¿ya? Perfecto. Imaginemos ahora que yo voy a tener que usar engine anti-ice, porque hay nube y está al lado abajo, entonces sí o sí voy a tener que usar engine anti-ice. ¿Qué es lo que va a pasar? Si voy aquí a long range, engine anti-ice on, me dice que a temperatura ISA, que es lo que calculamos, tengo que restarle a lo que calculé de 1.50, tengo que restarle 1300 pies, o sea, voy a terminar volando a 1.37, porque el avión, la potencia no le va a permitir mantenerse a 1.50. Entonces aquí, chuta, yo ya no puedo mantener esta aerovía, porque no voy a poder cumplir con la restricción de 1.50. Entonces, ¿qué alternativas tengo? Una es abandonar la aerovía y pedir un vector o irme a un lugar más bajo, o la otra, bueno, cambiemos la estrategia, vámonos a estrategia de obstáculo. Ahí, no sé si me explico, pero la línea sólida es la estrategia de obstáculo. Voy acá y me da 1.90. Y si le resto los 1300 pies por engine anti-ice, me va a dar 1.77. Entonces esa sí, la estrategia de obstáculo en este caso sí sería útil para justamente sacarme el problema encima de que, chuta, no puedo mantener la aerovía hipotética que inventamos que el mínimo era 1.50. Eso era lo que quería explicar un poquito el día de hoy. Espero que se haya entendido. Y seguimos aquí volando. ¿Dónde estamos? Mike Romeo Echo. Mike Romeo Echo. Estamos saliendo por el lado norte. Estamos por acá, aparece aquí. Aomori. Aquí pasó Mike Romeo Echo. Todavía nos queda cualquier vuelo. ¿Qué más podemos explicar? ¿Alguien tiene alguna pregunta? Saliendo de la isla de Japón para entrar a la isla norte. Sí. Estaba medio perdido, que con la explicación se me fue la navegación a la cresta. Perdí conciencia situacional, ¿viste? Vamos aquí en silencio incómodo. Yo tenía unas músicas por ahí dando vueltas, pero no sé dónde las dejé. ¿Qué estoy haciendo? ¿Qué voy a reenviar al WhatsApp? ¿Qué me vas a reenviar? ¿Una pregunta? A ver, sí. No. La música, sí. Esa misma. Deja buscarla. Porque el silencio incómodo aquí se pone un poquito tedioso hablar sin música de fondo, como que se pone un poquito fome. Esta de aquí. Buena, Nico. No sé si se está viendo bien el stream porque me sale como que estoy perdiendo bitrates, pero bueno. ¿Qué más podemos demostrar? A ver, déjenme ver aquí. después o para el próximo puedo explicar, voy a tenerles una fallita a lo mejor un poquito más elaborada, y mostrar las tablas, cómo se ocupan, qué sé yo. Métete al Twitch Inspector para ver si estás con buffering. De hecho te dice cuánto tiempo de interrupción tienes. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver. Unstable. Sí, anda para arriba y para abajo ahora, pero al principio andaba bien, sí. Ahora último andaba medio extraño. Bueno, ha llegado la hora de hacer ejercicio. Así es que vamos a volver en un rato. Time to exercise. This COVID quarantine thing, stay at home, it's boring for me, so I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm guessing in like 1 hour and a half. So TOD is gonna be pretty much at 20:05. So I'll make it 20 minutes before. I'll make it 1940. 1940. I'm gonna be back 1940. A las 19:40 voy a estar de vuelta UTC. Así que nos vemos en un ratito. Tal, volví. Hello everybody. No será la puesta de sol, pero un saludo a JL. JL. Saludos a JL. Entonces, we are back. Estamos en la mitad del océano. Boomen. Aquí. Viene Maroya 170. Estamos en el landing weight. Brightness. Step off. And where is our step climb? Vale, aquí un melón. Stop climb ya lo tuvimos. 336. Vamos a probar 350. Primero hay nada de arriba. Ahí está Carlos arriba. Está a 4000 pies alto si es que tenemos espacio. Just climb al Blue 350 Blue. $1,000 to go. Entonces... Ups. Weather. Destination. Entonces, vamos a cortar la música ahí. Weather al destino. Está en metros por segundo. Una forma fácil de sacar de metros, porque esto se está nudo. Una forma fácil de sacar los metros por segundo nudos es multiplicar por 2 solamente. Es una forma sencilla de usar, de convertir el viento. Entonces vamos a darle 42. Temperatura menos 1, o sea, tenemos que hacer corrección por temperatura. Y el QNH 1004. Bien. Entonces, la alternativa está con 6 nudos, ilimitado, nieve ligera. Y Overcast 1400 menos 5. Está bueno. Entonces, bajar un poquito el micrófono, que me da la impresión que se escucha súper fuerte, no sé. I'll lower the mic volume a bit. Do I have the iPad activated? Yes. So you can see that there are several arrivals to this airport. So we have I tested the scenery, and the runway it comes with, doesn't match the ILS installed. So what I will need to do is to match it with the arrival as well. 75 November, why don't here it is. So we're going to perform this arrival, SAMIC, flying to Papa Papa 004, and then turning to Papa Papa 05. Sorry. And then Papa Papa 005. Descending to the altitude height conversion, we will talk about this later on. And all the way here and to the runway. So what it will look like, the drawing, it's gonna be first the arrival SAMIC, and then Papa Papa 004, and then this one here, Papa Papa 005, and 001. It's saying that we are going to miss this one because it's really steep, that descent. So you have 8 miles and you need to descend 3,000 feet in 8 miles. So we can calculate, let's say we're going to be flying at 210 knots ground speed. That's going to be 3.5 miles per minute, so pretty much 8. It's gonna be 2 minutes. So we need to descend at 1,500 feet per minute, at least, to make this restriction here. Entonces, un cálculo, acá tenemos que bajar 3.000 pies, pero eso sale en number acá, porque dice que no va a cumplir con esta restricción. Entonces, si yo hago el cálculo, son como 3.000 pies los que tengo que descender en un tramo de 7,6 millas. Pongámosle 8 millas. Digamos que vamos a ir volando a 210 nudos terrestres. Me va a dar como 3,5 millas por minuto. Asumiendo que son 8 millas, más o menos son 2 minutos. Más o menos, un poquito más, pero más o menos son 2 minutos que tenemos desde aquí hasta acá. Tengo que bajar 3.000 pies. Entonces, en 2 minutos, 1.500 pies por minuto, más o menos. ¿Verdad? Entonces aquí por lo menos flap 2 para poder cumplir esta restricción. Si no, este avión no le da para descender a 1.500 pies por minuto. Porque la otra sería acelerarlo. Y claro, vamos a descender a 3.000 pies por minuto, pero no vamos a recorrer 3,5 millas por minuto. Vamos a recorrer a lo mejor 8 millas por minuto. Entonces ahí ya tengo que descender mucho más rápido. Después no me da para desacelerar. Es mejor ir como se dice, de las riendas. Papa 02, and then the misapproach is right turn. Okay. And then the alternate route. Radio navs, as a reference, I'm gonna insert Jelisovo, Papa Kilo Kilo. And what we can do to have something in the event, in the event of a misapproach, we can use this misapproach. In the event of losing the GPS, we can use this here, which is Jelly Sobo, and then my kilo, and then all the way to Hotel Yankee. Okay, my kilo 345 Hotel Yankee 710. Yes, so this is only as a reference, okay? And you UHPP 34 left, and after landing 34 left, glide slope 2.7, 55 meters, and return left Bravo Charlie. Okay. So since we have cold weather, we need to correct our minima. Now I'm assuming that with this weight I can make 3.8% of gradient. Actually, on the 321, most likely I won't be able to make this one. The aircraft is pretty heavy, and if you lose one engine, then it doesn't climb. So I'm gonna assume that we cannot, and I'm going to use 2.5, even though we can always use an engine out and use the lowest minima. Since I don't have the engine out available here, I will just be conservative and use this minima here. So it's 1, and you need to add 50 feet. So 1510. Why do you add 50 feet to this minima here, or to this minima here? Every time the minima, instead of DA only, reads either DA, MDA, or MDA only, Airbus says add 50 feet because this is a minimum descent altitude, meaning that you cannot pass this altitude and get below this altitude at any point of the approach. So if you reach the minima at 700, let's make it 730 feet. If you reach the minima at 730 feet and you don't see the runway and you perform the misapproach here, your inertia, your aircraft inertia will take you below the minima before starting to climb again. So Airbus says, okay, consider 50 feet as a buffer to avoid your aircraft undershooting this. So that's why you add 50 feet. En español está explicando que toda vez que en las mínimas diga DA, MDA o MDA, hay que, cuando es una aproximación no precisa, cuando no es ILS, hay que agregarle 50 pies. ¿Por qué? Porque esta es una minimum descent altitude, o sea, es la altitud mínima a la que yo puedo descender. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Si yo, por ejemplo, pongo que mi mínima es 1460 pies y llego y esto me dice minimums y no veo la pista y hago el go around ahí, el avión va a pasar para abajo de los 1460 con la inercia que lleva y después va a empezar a ascender. Y eso no se puede, es ilegal finalmente. No voy a estar protegido. Entonces, Airbus dice, para evitar eso, ponle un colchón de 50 pies a todas estas mínimas de las aproximaciones no precisas, para justamente cuando me cante minimums a 1510 y yo haga el go around ahí, con la inercia del avión no me voy a bajar de los 1460. Tengo un buffer ahí para no bajarme de la mínima en el fondo. Entonces, arrival, arrival, no hay mucho que leer aquí. RNAV, simultaneous holding at the same flight level is prohibited, o sea, en el 004 y en el 005 tenemos que estar a distinto nivel de vuelo. Igual en la llegada nos obliga a estar a otra altitud, así que dice holding over Papa 05 is compulsory desde el 1. En la Orvas y en la Reynolds. En la Samic no es obligatorio hacer el holding acá. Ya. Hacemos la RNAV a la 34 izquierda, carta del 12.1 del 31 de enero del 2020. RNAV, curso final 344, mandatorio en el Papa 002, 2100 pies. Mínima, ya la insertamos. Elevación, pongámosle 200 pies. Missed approach. Línea recta al Papa 003 y después a la izquierda al 004 y después al 005 ascendiendo a 7190 pies. 7190 pies son 2150 metros, que está ahí en QFE. Y después join holding, QNH on request, QFE. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que dice? Que es importante acá. Ellos usan QFE, o sea, todas las altitudes de esta carta, o el diseño de la carta está basado en base a altura sobre el terreno. O sea, los rusos acá te van a autorizar descienda a altura, por ejemplo, descienda a altura 2150 metros en QFE, aquí está QFE 1000. Eso van a decir. ¿Ya? ¿Qué es lo que hace uno como piloto con esta conversión de acá? Nosotros volamos en pie, en prácticamente todos lados se vuela en pie, entonces es como medio extraño esto de los metros. ¿Qué hacemos? Cuando ellos dan la height, dicen descent height 2150 meters on QFE, uno le repite eso, uno pide el QNH, ellos te lo dan igual, y uno entra aquí a esta tabla y calzas la altitud que te dieron, en este caso 2150 metros, con la altitud en QNH. Entonces yo pongo QNH y pongo, en este caso, si me desciende a 2150 metros, pongo 7200 pies. Yo no puedo poner aquí 7190, entonces pongo 7200 pies. Y ahí inicio mi descenso. Esa es la forma de usar esta tablita. Es bien sencillo en realidad, no tiene mayor ciencia. Después dice esto de que la aproximación se inicia aquí en el Papa 002, perdón, no es que se inicia ahí. Capturamos nuestro perfil de descenso acá, de 2,7 grados. Vamos a tener PAPI a la derecha y High Intensity Approach Lighting System 2, o sea, ese tipo de luces de aproximación. After landing, left turn on Bravo, Charlie, and then to the parking position. No. Dijimos que tenemos tiempo frío, entonces hay que corregir. Siempre que tengamos 0 grados o menos, en este caso con esta temperatura, solamente tenemos que agregarle un 10% a la mínima, adicional, de buffer, adicional a los 50 pies y todo eso. Se agrega a la base de aquí, entonces tengo, y es a la altura. Entonces esto dice que el 10% van a ser 134 pies por mole. Entonces 1460 más 134 son 1594 más 50 van a ser 1644. Entonces 1644 va a ser mi mínima corregida por tiempo frío. Eso es más o menos. Esto de aquí, en teoría, la altitud de frustrada en teoría hay que corregirla a menos que yo tenga contacto radar. 7190 le vamos a poner. Sabemos que es 7200 acá, pero aquí por 10 pies no pasa nada. Y eso es, combustible extra tenemos bastante. Vamos a usar auto brake low. Ahí está mi descenso. Y eso es, más o menos. Estamos llegando a señor. Entonces, TOD identified. So that's already low, and idle reverse, flaps full for landing, and runway check 344. One threat is the cold weather. We already did the temperature correction for the minima. Non-radar environment, high terrain all over the place. Just so that you have an idea. It's like this. So essentially to the south we're good, southeast we're okay. Anything to the northwest, it's really high. We have this high volcano there, or mountain there, 11,342 feet. And the summit is there. Overfly the airport and then we start our approach. That's our parking coordinates, and that's it pretty much. With the brief. Yep. Eso es. Sí, en el escenario default aquí hay dos pistas. Hay una antigua, que es esa, que las cruces de ahí todavía está en el escenario, o sea, sale con cruz y todo, pero el ILS está basado en esa, no sé por qué. Está pegado todavía en la pista antigua. Entonces, siendo que el ILS se supone que lo cambiaron a la 34 izquierda, que es la nueva. Pero por algún motivo en el simulador, claro, está todavía enganchado a la otra, por eso vamos a hacerle retap para evitarnos ese atado de chuta, ¿a qué pista voy? Para no enredarnos, mejor nos vamos a tirar a la otra pista nomás, que es o sea, perdón, a la RNAV, que nos lleva directo a la pista que está en uso, la 34 izquierda. Me gusta esta pintura. Mother Russia Airlines. Entonces, ahí nuestro rifle. aprovechar de revisar las velocidades aquí para que tengan una idea. Entonces, de Samic vamos a Papa 04, que es ese de ahí, 004. Y el Papa 004 nos vamos al 005. Ahora el 004 hay que cruzarlo a 110 superior. Te dice que lo pasamos ahí y vamos a pasar a 150 no, ya. Pero después, acá en este punto yo debería seguir con flap 1 por lo menos. Y dijimos ideal flap 2 por el tema del descenso acá. Entonces, una buena forma de planificar esto es poner una velocidad inferior a la de flap 2 para configurar flap 2. Aquí dice DFE de 2 es 215 nudos, o sea, no puedo poner flap 2 sobre 215 nudos, tiene que ser a 215 nudos o inferior, ¿ya? Esto dice que el punto, el 005, voy a pasarlo a 217, o sea, no voy a poder todavía configurar con flap 2 acá. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que podemos hacer? Asegurémonos y pongamos, no sé, 190 ¿no? Ahí, 190. Insertamos. ¿Para qué? Para que esto calcule mi descenso. De hecho, me movió el punto de desaceleración que estaba por aquí, ahora me lo corrió para atrás. Para que nivelemos antes acá, desaceleramos, ponemos flap 2 aquí y ahí nos vamos a 1500 pies por minuto a capturar este punto acá. Esa va a ser un poco la idea. Y después de 4070, 4100 en realidad, descendemos a 2100 y acá, volando a este punto, armamos nuestro modo de aproximación para que nos enganche el final approach. Y ahí hacer nuestra RNAV, la pista 34 izquierda. For those of you who are watching this and want the explanation in English, what I did just now was I checked that Papa 005, we need to reach 7,200 feet and then we need to descend 3,000 feet to Papa 001 in a distance of pretty much 8 miles, 7.6 miles. So roughly a good speed here would be probably 210 knots ground speed, or maybe even less. So if you make it 210 knots ground speed, it's like 3.5 miles per minute. So we will have a bit more than 2 minutes in this left segment here on this 7.6 miles. We need to descend 3,000 feet, so that's pretty much gonna be 1,500 feet per minute on this segment here. So considering that the 320 has a hard time flying slow and descending fast, we need to consider that we need to fly here flaps 2 at least at Papa 005 before beginning our descent 1,500 feet per minute to Papa 001. So that's it. What I did just now, I forced a speed of 190 knots here, because if you leave this one by default, it was showing, no, actually it's even worse now. It's showing that Papa 005, it's gonna be passing it at 217 knots. My maximum flaps 2 speed is 215 knots, so according to this, we're not going to be able to configure flaps 2 here. It needs to be after this point. So in order for this to make it easier for us to be more conservative, I just forced 190 knots so that our descent profile is a bit shallower, and that way we can slow it down a bit earlier to configure our aircraft earlier for the approach. Yeah, it was showing amber there, but now it's fixed. So the idea is to fly slow, increase the drag with the flaps, so that we can increase our rate of descent and increase our descent gradient. The slower and the faster we descend, of course, the more feet we're going to lose per mile. That's what we're aiming for. If I fly fast, then I need to increase my vertical speed way too much. So that's what we're looking for here. We want to slow it down a bit. Because we have high terrain all over the place, but it's not a good idea to be flying super fast here. Anyways. It's gonna be a pretty nice approach actually, with the mountains there. Aeroflot 321. They managed to, so maximum takeoff weight for the 320 is 70, let's make it 77 tons. On the same wing, they managed to make the 321 with a takeoff weight of 93 tons. So that's 16 tons more with the same wing. That's why this aircraft has issues with slowing down, descending. Every time you use the speed brake, the VLS just runs away because it doesn't have much wing span. So it's kind of limited in that regard. So the arrival, and I'm gonna insert, actually select 7,200 feet, which is it's the initial approach fixed altitude that we need to be here, 7,190. So that's 7,200. And that's pretty much 2,150 meters, so 2,190. It's just a bit difference, a small difference there. This is actually this is QFE, so the height in regards of the airport, not the terrain. So QFE is essentially it's gonna the altimeter. If we use QFE now and we land at what's the name, Petropavlovsk, once we land, the altimeter is going to read 0. That's what QFE essentially means. Are we there yet? So weather, I'm gonna use active sky because it's faster. 310 at 2 2 meters per second. So 310 at 4 knots. Every time you get meters per second, you just multiply by times 2 and you will get the knots. Pretty much, it's a rough approximation. Makes life easier. So meters per second times 2 equals knots. So MPS is what you will read on the meter. And yeah. Okay. And some sightseeing. I don't know if that's the volcano. I don't think that's the volcano. Nah, I don't think that's the volcano. I think this would be better if I put it maybe there, I don't know. Anyways, I think that's the volcano actually. Yeah. It should be 15 miles away from the airport. Actually a good idea here. This is the MSA and it says MSA ARP, so airport. So centered on the airport, and all MSAs, unless stated differently, they are 25 miles, a 25-mile radius from the reference. So in this case, the airport 25 DME. So if I'm inside this circle here, I will know that anything above 13,500 feet, if I'm above 13,500 feet within the circle, I'm not going to hit anything. Okay, that's pretty much the idea of putting it as a reference, especially in mountainous areas. If there is no high terrain, yeah, maybe it's not necessary to build it, to put it here. But if there is, then yeah, it's better to be safe than sorry. And QNH 1004. So trosidal descent, Al Magenta 110 Magenta. And the arrival says, because I'm descending to, I selected an altitude here, so I can choose to insert the QNH now. The problem is that this says that at this point here we need to cross it at a flight level, so at or above flight level 110. So that's why I'm keeping standard set for now, because I want to respect this constraint here, the restriction there. Yeah, that's pretty much Mac. Just idle. Social networking. Aeroflot. Going to turn on the seatbelt signs. Approach checklist. Briefing confirmed. ECAM status checked. Seatbelts on. Down to the line. we keep descending. Just want to know where Carlos is. 15,000 feet, okay. Far away. Should be approaching Papa 004 or something. Checking Samick. Paisa minus 10. ¿Qué tal? Está más helado que la cresta. Samick, we check Samick. Next Papa 004 at level 110 or above. Ajá, I can see the airport. Ahí se ve el aeropuerto. Todos los tupolev y cuestiones raras. That's the airport. That's the 747, that's before us. It's weird. Hello, hello, testing, yeah. So after Papa Papa 004, it's Papa Papa. Righty. Approaching 10,000 feet. So there is no weather, so I'm gonna use terrain ID on my side as well. And that's the airport. Oh, there we go. Aha, nice. Speed constraint start. Health constraint is in blue. I'll just activate the approach phase now. Speed selected. Sidle descent, all blue, 7-2 blue, set KNH 1004. Cross check passing 10,640 feet now. And below the line, Baroref KNH 1004 cross check, minimum set, engine mode selector, normal approach is completed. Let's do the 10,000 items, landing lights, seat belts, no landing system because it's RNAV, GPS primary, and the radar navs as a reference we have them there. GPS is available. And time to slow down. So a bit of speed brake to start descending because it's a pretty steep descent. You can see Sammy now. So it's gonna be super tight. Speed will start, speed managed. Ten selected. So 4100, I'm gonna pre-select. I don't want to start descending now because I need to slow down first. Flaps 1, speed check flaps 1. Tracidal descent, alt blue 4100 blue, which is 1200 meters KFE, flaps 2, speed check flaps 2. Speed managed and VS minus 1500 feet per minute. Need a bit extra, 2000 should make it. Yeah, 2000. Let's see if we can maintain 2000 feet per minute. And since we are close to this guy, I'm gonna use a bit of speed brake to slow it down.
Petro Pavlovsky traffic, cargo looks 705 on final, runway 3 for left, side step runway 3 for right.
Let's start slowing down, gear down. I need some space with the guy who was following. Thousand to go. And we can continue. We can continue to 2,100 feet. I'm gonna slow down the rate of descent now to level off just before the waypoint, and I'm slowing down the approach speed so that we have space with the guy who's following, who's in front of us. Flaps 3, speed check flaps 3. Norman.
Hi, it's Norman. Yep, that's account secure for landing. In the ground, bye.
Petro Pavlovsky traffic, Aeroflot 088. We are establishing on the RNAV runway 34 left, approaching Papa 002, number 2 on the approach.
Petro Pavlovsky traffic, cargo looks 705 on final, runway 3 for right.
Norman, yes, Norman. Checked. There we go. See alt. Just want to see my frightened face. Final approach, missed approach, altitude 7,200. And flaps full, speed check, flaps full. Landing checklist cabin secured, auto thrust speed, auto brake low, landing runway condition checked, decam memo, landing no blue, landing checklist completed, and runway track is gonna be 344.
Hundred above.
Okay, autopilot off, flight directors off, bird on, runway track 344 set.
Minimum.
Continue. The thrust off. Patrol lost traffic, Qatari, sorry, Aeroflot 088. We are on final runway 34 left. Y dale con Qatari. Qatari.
1,000.
Stable. And Pedro, I've lost traffic. Aeroflot 088 on final runway 34 left.
¿Vaya a 34 izquierda, Lito?
Sí.
Ok, pero la derecha era la que estaba con... Ah, porque tú tienes el otro, ya, listo. Entonces mantengo un pista, ¿qué hago?
Sí, yo creo, a menos que si podéis parar ahí, bacán, si no hago algo ahora.
Sí, sí, no, espera acá, espera acá.
500.
Aquí ando con el Afghan.
400.
Sí, sí, te caché, parece. Tranquilo.
300. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
Spoilers, rear screen, diesel. Manual brake. Dale nomás, estoy frenadito, así que pasa nomás. 70 knots.
No, dale, pasa nomás.
We have different sceneries here. I have a free one, and he has another one. So Bravo left turn here. Oli.
Hola, hola.
And then straight ahead all the way. And after landing, three Sukhois. After landing, spoilers disarm, radar off, brake the wind shear off, flaps Retracted. TCAS standby. APU starting. Reduced engine taxi consider after landing checklist completed. And now we park, I don't know, anywhere.
Underneath the seat.
Voy por la tierra yo.
Yes.
Todo terreno.
¿Te gusta ver el camino a tierra, Alito?
No, no, todo terreno aquí, la máquina nomás, la máquina.
Ah, ya. Disclaimer.
Disclaimer, disclaimer. La letra chica.
Claro, tienes que especificar, pues, weón, miren. Los tiempos están muy modernos.
Está ahí con problemas ahí.
En tiempos de cuarentena, todo ello se espera.
Hay que tener cuidado ahí. Let's park in front. Así
¿A qué
le...
estacionamiento vais, Harald? ¿Puedo hacer una solicitud?
¿A dónde queréis? ¿Aquí derecho o al otro?
Quiero ir al 8, weón, porque lo probé antes y cae perfecto.
¿Y el 8 es donde estoy yo?
No tengo idea, el 8 es como recto más adelante. No, parece que yo voy a pasar por tu derecha, pero más adelante. Porque la plataforma es más para allá.
Sí, yo me voy a estacionar aquí, derecho donde estoy, no sé si te sirve.
Sí, puta, a ver, si voy un poco más a la derecha, porque yo voy a estar como derecho.
Ya acá, voy a virar más a la derecha.
O sea, voy a quedar como prácticamente como llegando en la dirección que voy, de la derecha hacia la izquierda y después a la derecha. Como a la derecha del 47 que está ahí.
Sí, yo me voy a poner más para el norte, ¿no?
Vale, que el único estacionamiento heavy que hay es el 8 y el 7.
And single engine taxi. I'll just park anywhere because the scenery is like default modified with AFCAD. It's not the best. Parking brake on, P-blit on, the electrical pump off, one off, 2000 standby, brake fan. Request deboarding, Aeroflot. That's it. Thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow on the next leg 29 from this airport to Anchorage in Alaska. Nos vemos mañana, otro tramo desde aquí hacia Anchorage en Alaska. Gracias por acompañarnos, nos vemos, chao chao.